Все вроде. Давай позарим.
Monsieur le Marquis.
I'm listening, Aegis.
Goodbye, Monsieur. Monsieur Necker.
Madame? Eh bien,
Your wife.
Ваша жена в полной безопасности.
You may rest easy, Monsieur. She returned home and left.
mon Dieu. She's going to meet our daughter and son-in-law at our charity hospital.
She may already be there.
Madame, I did not dare to dream of such an outcome. My wife and daughter. Can you imagine? The three of us will be able to leave the kingdom and put these horrors behind.
What about the bonds?
Oh, the bond. Do with them as you see fit. As long as for me, I'm going to find my family at once. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart. Adieu, madame.
Балан, ты уходишь?
Minister Necker has given his bonds to me.
That's quite a nice little sum. Can you imagine? That's 1/5 of the kingdom's entire wealth.
Wealth that the king squanders for his personal benefit according to his whims.
Ma foi.
Monsieur Necker certainly has been very generous to his...
Generous? I have my doubts. The loan was granted at so high, in fact, that it would have dug the deficit into an even deeper state of abyss.
Eh bien, monsieur. To what use shall we employ this boonful fortune?
If I could spend it, I'd do everything I could to return to the people. To begin, I would get them the bread they so sorely need. It is only after the scourge of famine has been vanquished that armed patriots might then be able to rise up against despotism.
And where will you find wheat, Robespierre? Will you steal it from under the noses of the automats who have sworn to destroy the... As for arming the people, this is another one. How could your ragged pack of wretches win any sort of battle that'd be unable to lift a sword?
When you insult the people, you insult me, Monsieur de Lafayette.
I am not insulting anyone, Robespierre. But I happen to know what it takes to fight, Monsieur. I was but a lad of 15 when I took up arms. And everyone here knows my role in the liberation of America from... If you allow me to dispose of these bonds, I will found an army that will annihilate the Clockwork King's diabolical... As soon as I have the opportunity to leave Paris, I will rally the officers and then I will call for a mass uprising. I will have more than enough money to pay their wages and procure the...
And you will have obedient troops at your beck and call, ready to repress anyone who challenges your power.
These troops will only serve the will of the people.
Are you sure that the king has spared the rest of the kingdom, Monsieur le Marquis?
I am almost certain of it, mon père. Despite all of his resources, the king does not have enough manpower to occupy all...
Aegis, no member of this assembly can force your hand. The choice is yours.
Вот-вот.
To whom will you entrust Monsieur Necker's bonds?
Maximilien de Robespierre.
Very well, madame. I promise that I will use it for one purpose only. Freedom for the people. When a monarch violates the people's most fundamental rights, insurrection is their most sacred and indispensable duty. But we must be wary of warmongers.
Bon sang. Am I the only one who is weary of hearing these tiresome...
For they wish only to silence us.
Congratulations, Aegis. You've chosen a speechifier as commander and I am sure the king will be delighted to hear this. He need not fear for his...
Да вы все, блин, придурки. Все, абсолютно.
Monsieur de Mirabeau. I found a broken... It says, do you know who it...
Well, yes, and I'm willing to bet you're looking for...
That's right.
Well, you'd need to look a little further east, mademoiselle. Across the Rhine. Because this cane belongs to France and...
Mesmer, the prince of charlatans.
Good heavens, it's been a long time since I've heard his name.
5 years, to be exact, since your learned commission denounced...
It wasn't long after that when he...
Can you tell me more about Mesmer?
He was a mystical healer who was once popular with the upper class. I myself attended several of his sessions.
You mentioned a
The king did not look kindly on the healer's popularity with him. This led him to appoint a commission from the royal...
An institution to which Monsieur Bailly and I have the honor to be asked to investigate his alleged powers.
The experiments that we performed allowed that Monsieur Mesmer's activities were pure charlatanism, a conclusion that destroyed his successful career the moment it was published.
But there was something, Sylvain. A tiny flow of energy that my devices were able to measure.
My dear colleague, must I remind you again that we were never able to reproduce your observations? It was obviously a momentary failure, if you're required.
Perhaps. I'd like to be sure of it.
When and how did Monsieur...
The denunciation of his techniques was the start of a long descent into hell. He was abandoned by his clients and resumed his research in virtual secrecy. I think he was hoping to perfect his so-called science and restore his reputation with the Academy.
A hope that led him to associate himself with that dastardly Cagliostro. God only knows what experiments they may have carried. In any case, their collaboration did not last long. Monsieur Mesmer left the kingdom overnight to return to...
Why did he leave so quickly?
That is a mystery. But those who saw him that morning say it was as if he had the devil at his heels.
This is true. He left in such a hurry that he abandoned everything he owned. Furniture, belongings, and it seems that Cagliostro has
Is that so? Well, if what you say is true, that broken cane must have passed into...
Yes, it's likely.
This adventurer from who knows where is quite the mysterious character. And he has been I've been able to observe him from my apartments, making freak... I wonder what he was doing.
What were Monsieur Mesmer's...
He is a proponent of a theory called... He claimed to be able to channel a purported universal healing fluid by passing his hands over patients and using magnets.
He also cobbled together a whole array of mad devices, each stranger than the last. Unfortunately, despite all his attempts, I don't know that he ever cured anyone.
What happened during Monsieur Mesmer...
Oh, there were quite a... Imagine well-born ladies afflicted with perfectly... A dimly lit room, where incense has been burned to intoxicate the soul, and cloud... Amiable servants, half-dressed, gliding from... And the great Mesmer, a doctor with wandering hands, presiding... Oh, you should have seen them. Those grand ladies moaning, crying, and full... Du théâtre, ma chère. Pure theatre.
Monsieur de Mirabeau. Alas, the bishop stubbornly...
Damn it. I need to let me think. In light of the cartload of threats he sent me, it's safe to wager they may even have already suffered his... However, my sister lives in... Unless a messenger rode 100 horses to death, she could not have received... Then there is my poor...
If you ask me, I will go to...
Yes, it's very kind of you to offer. But I couldn't even tell you where she...
Your own mother?
Indeed. It's a very embarrassing matter. A secret.
I can be discreet.
Very well. You should know that my mother, the Countess of Covey, has lost everything. No matter what I tried, nothing could prevent her It is said that she is now living on charity. And if perchance your past takes you to this dreadful place, and if she still remembers...
So how is Monsieur Marat? He is your only chance to reach the Bastille, Aegis. You must... He's holed up in the quarries of Montmartre.
As for the lanterns...
Did Monsieur de Laclos tell you the secret of his explosive cannonball?
No. We didn't talk...
That's a pity. Without his help, Let's see. I know he's close to Monsieur Marat, the patriotic... He's currently in hiding in the quarry... But please, do not breathe a word of this to the Marquis de Lafayette. Those two are at daggers drawn. It would certainly end in a bloodbath.
Were you present when the estates...
Oui, madame. I had a front row seat. I witnessed what it cost. We laid bare before the king the abject misery of his subjects. It was more than he could... So he had the people's representatives dispersed. At least we only had to contend with soldiers made of flesh and blood. Positively angelic compared to the machine.
Goodbye, monsieur. Monsieur Lavoisier. The clues I found at the warehouse suggest that the gunpowder...
Diable. You must find a way...
Goodbye. Monsieur Bailly. I found this box with I believe it belongs to Vulcan.
Athenais' secret box. I built it with my own hands. It was my gift to her.
I wasn't able to open.
Naturellement. Athenais and I are Allow me. You must arrange the planets the way they were aligned on the day of Athenais' birth. Voila.
What's this locket?
Athenais is always wearing this. She said it was her most cherished possession in all the world. To think, the poor child never knew her own mother.
You monster! What did you do to her?
Ах ты, пидор.
Good God. Ludia, what happened? I thought I'd lost you.
I saw her.
Mon Dieu.
He bound her spirit.
Please, Saint Athenais.
Yes.
Seigneur, quel... It is vital that you go and find Athenais as soon as possible.
She is right in front of you.
Alas. You know nothing of Athenais, Ludia. Nothing of her past. You are but the vessel that harbors the poor child's soul.
Where can I find it?
God only knows. Although I assume that the Comte de Cagliostro, this is certainly the only way to keep her spirit. The only way to free her is to find her body.
Why was Eugène de Vauc...
Once he discovered the king's true intentions, he refused to continue cooperating with him. He refused to use his talents to create this abominable army. But the king didn't take kindly to his resignation. Eugène did manage to get a letter to me just before he was arrested. Here, take it.
Бои, друг мой, пишу тебе тайно и в ужасной спешке. Да защитит Господь механического почтальона, которого я отправляю к тебе с этим письмом. Меня арестовали. Говорят, отвезут в Бастилию, где силы заставят выдать все свои тайны. К счастью, Атеньяс смогла сбежать, но я наверняка пытается выследить. Помоги ей, если сможешь. Попади она в их руки, ее используют, чтобы вытянуть из меня нужные сведения. Но будь спокоен, я ничего не расскажу, даже если придется пожертвовать жизнью. Твой друг Жен. Вот так нормальный мужик.
Monsieur Raymond.
Go on, Aegis.
I went to the Hotel de Massiac as what I discovered goes beyond your darkest conjectures. The club's members have no intention of merely... Rather, with the king's support, they plan to replace them with automat harvest.
Ma foi. But such a plan would certainly only improve them.
You are mistaken, mon père. If the planters get their way, they will have a greater need of slaves than ever. Only this time, they intend to slaughter them to power them.
Quelle abomination!
Par tous les saints.
4 days ago, the Paris Guard captured 100. They were to be sacrificed as part of an experiment to test the effectiveness of the automat harvesters. Luckily, I was able to prevent the massacre.
Where are they now?
In a place they call the Dépôt des Noirs. I don't know where it bears the inscription.
The Devil's Tower is a prison in Vincennes.
That's 3 leagues from here. We'll only be able to free the prisoners once we're able to...
At least they were spared the fate that the king and his accomplices had.
And what will you do with the 2 servants you employ?
I will continue to treat them well.
However, under the laws you insist on following, they will become slaves again the moment they leave the kingdom for Saint-Domingue.
Certainly not, Monsieur de Robespierre. What kind of a man would I be if what I have heard had not opened my eyes? The planters of Massiac have been proven to be nothing but avaricious murderers. I thought I was dealing with opposition, but now I discover them to be vile enemies. from whom it would be vain to expect any compromise. From this day on, I will fight against their interests with all my strength, and will not lay down my arms until the last slave in the Empire has been freed.
Rest assured, then, that the people will fight by your side.
That's the spirit, my friends. Vive l'égalité. Can I help you, Aegis?
I found this notebook written in...
Indeed. Oh, hold on. Bon sang. This handwriting. Oh, it's in Nicholas Flamel's. Oh, give me some time to study this, and I'll tell you what I'm able to glean from it.
Have you finished reading the notebook, mon père?
Yes, Aegis, and what I learned from it puzzles me. In this diary, Flamel tells of three journeys into what he calls the in-between. The tormented spirits that are unable to ascend to
This world. It's where Cagliostro's victims were trapped until I...
En effet, I believe you're right. But that's not all. Flamel planned to return there. He wrote this in the final paragraph, in his handwriting, dated 21st of March 4th. What if his body died while his soul was traveling through limbo? Aegis, because of your unique nature, we have an incredible opportunity.
What do you mean, mon père?
If the soul that animates you has been bound to the automaton that serves as its vessel, then it can be separated from it. And if this were the case, the soul would travel to purgatory, where Cagliostro entraps the souls of his victims.
Hold on. Are you trying to convince...
I'm offering you a chance to speak to the man who discovered the Philosopher's Stone. Surely you won't pass it up.
Assuming I agree to venture into purgatory, do I even have a chance?
Certainly. According to this journal, the soul flies to the zenith, or that of the pilgrim, in this case. If Flamel's soul is trapped in purgatory, as we've guessed, you'll need to go to the house where he drew his dying breath.
Is it still standing?
Of course. It's on Rue de Montmorency, in the Quartier de l'Hôtel. You can get there via the cemetery of the Église Saint-Jean.
And how do you plan to free my spirit from this automat?
We would simply need to break the bond between them. To do this, for a short time, of course. We don't want to lose. As for the rest, it will be a question of mechanics, chemistry. Therein lies the problem. This is far, but it is fascinating, isn't it? Perhaps Monsieur Bailly and Monsieur Lavoisier could shed some light on them.
Goodbye, mon père.
Заново, давай.
Monsieur le Marquis.
I'm listening.
Goodbye, Monsieur...
Have you found my...
No.
Remember,
Goodbye, Miss...
So how is Monsieur Marat?
I haven't met him yet.
He is your only... He's holed up.
Were you present?
Oui, madame. I had a front... We laid bare before the king the abject misery of his subjects. So he had the people's representatives dispersed. At least we only had to contend with soldiers made of flesh and blood. Positively angelic compared to the machines that have swept through...
Goodbye,
Goodbye.
Monsieur Lavoisier.
What can I do for you?
Do you think there is any way to interrupt my internal clockwork?
To what end?
I would like to briefly sever the bond between my spirit.
It is a very strange request, madame. For what?
According to the abbot, my spirit would then be...
Oh, that dreadful place. Why on earth would you want to go there?
I hope to find answers to some very important questions.
You must understand, madame, that your very nature is a mystery to us. We are ignorant as to the principle, nor do we know how your machinery works. That is why it is impossible for us to make even the slightest alteration. Of course, if we had documents that could shed light on the matter...
Antoine, the blueprint.
What blueprints, mon ami?
Ludia's. Eugène gave them to me when he was working on the modifications ordered by the king. He wanted my opinion on the potential for reducing the size of certain key parts. The documents are obsolete now, but they could tell us quite a bit about the mechanical principles that are shared by Ludia and Aegis.
Bon sang, you're right. Where are the blueprints now?
Alas, the situation is not in our favor. I kept them in the safe at the observatory. But earlier, when I went there to collect my most important documents, before setting off for the convent, I found looters making off with its contents.
Blasted scavengers. Their kind are always quick to make the most of chaos.
I chased them to the quays, but was unable to apprehend them. When they disappeared into an underground passageway under the Louvre, I decided it was best not to follow them.
You acted wisely, mon ami. The automats are everywhere, and the marauders don't...
I'll try to track them down. Goodbye, Monsieur Lavoisier.
Bye.
Did you find the blueprints that were stolen?
No, Monsieur.
Don't forget that the looters... I find it hard.
Regarding Ludia's...
Were you able to get them?
No, Monsieur.
Don't forget that the looters... I find...
Понятно.
Monsieur Raymond.
Go on.
See you later. Monseigneur.
What can I do for you?
Goodbye, Monseigneur.
Allez en paix.
Can I help you, Aegis?
Goodbye, Mom.
Понятно. Походу оставил.
Looters from the observatory. Poor souls. They didn't stand a chance. His blueprints. Fortunately, they are in perfect condition. Monsieur Raymond will be delighted.
Дорогой месье, вот те чужие, которые вы просили. Украденное не принесло ворам пользы. Они встретили свою смерть. Вы пишете, они встретили свою смерть? Бедняги, они заслужили столь необратимого финала. Что они вообще собираются делать с этими документами? Милостью Божией, вы с месье Лавузье добыли из чертежей ценные сведения. Мы нашли описание устарелого часового механизма, который месье де Вакансон использовал, чтобы настраивать длительность танцев люди. Мы уверены, что это устройство все еще на месте. Вернув центральный стержень в обратную сторону, может заставить автоматон воздействовать. В это время ваша душа будет отделена от своей механической оболочки. Как бы это ни было, чтобы вы могли сделать это без нашей помощи. Мы должны немного изменить вашу конструкцию, добавить маленькие пруты, которые вам необходимо будет вытащить в нужное время. Пожалуйста, возвращайтесь в монастырь Кордильеров как можно скорее. Понятно. Пойдем до шахт. Не буду ничего отправлять.
to use this mobile walkway. This mobile walkway leads to the depths of the quarry. I will explore the area and try to find a way to make it work.
Все. Пожалуйста.
Here we go. That should work. Monsieur Marat's men waged a terrible fight here. Some of these poor men were trampled to death. They barricaded themselves in to escape the enemy. The only way through is the hard way.
Look at them, parading around like peacocks. These scoundrels, rotten to their very core. See how they proudly display their vices and shameful privileges, tirelessly working to drag morality through the mud, trampling love itself.
The Queen is said to have read your liaison before her husband banned it. It's hilarious, isn't it?
I'm not surprised. No matter how hard I work to denounce their immoral practices, the aristocrats saw my novel as nothing more than a light-hearted bit of fluff. How naive I was to imagine that my pen could slice away the gangrene of their debauchery.
Well, fortunately, you have more than one string to your bow, mon capitaine.
Monsieur Marat.
Huh? Hey? Who goes there?
Diable, je m'attendais. So this is the famous Huntress Diana I've heard so much about. Truly, 'tis an honor, madame. Now let me have a look at you. Oh, oui. You're just as they described. An angel of death, descended from the heavens to vanquish the clockwork tyrant.
Who depicted me this way, monsieur?
Mes compagnons, madame. Chief among them is Monsieur Chaudelot de la Clos. They have observed you dispensing justice all over the city. A most expeditious justice at that, as befits the crimes committed by our good king. What a strange machine you are. Gifted with intelligence, clearly, but also with speech and the freedom to do as you please. Cependant, you are still an automat. Who is your master?
I serve only myself, and you, Monsieur Marat. Who is your master?
I serve not a master, but a cause. That of the Duc d'Orléans. His cousin the king has no place on that throne, and nor does his wretched dynasty. The Bourbons, along with their wars, their crimes, and their vices, are finished. It's high time their scepter be passed to an enlightened, just monarch. One who is sympathetic to the people's sufferings. But now that I think about it, madame, look at us. We've been standing around chatting like old friends for several minutes, and I still don't know to what I owe the pleasure of your visit.
I must go to the Bastille, where Monsieur de Vaucanson is imprisoned.
Oui. Such a sad fate for a king's lackey. And what do you want with your creator? This man whose blood-stained hands built the army that's currently setting Paris ablaze.
What Vaucanson has done, only Vaucanson can undo.
Fair enough. Alas, while I come and go as I please through these tunnels, it is impossible to enter the fortress.
Impossible, dites-vous?
A sanguinary automat is spreading death and terror in the depths of this quarry. At the cost of their lives, my comrades were able to sabotage the floor of the cave to limit its movements. Nevertheless, it stands between you and the tunnel that leads to the Quartier du Temple. And that's the only way to reach the Bastille.
And yet that's exactly what I intend to do, Monsieur Marat.
À votre guise. I shall not attempt to dissuade you. There is one small thing, though. I had to disable the mobile walkways to protect myself from the automats. But since you managed to come here, I assume you already know a lot about these devices.
Indeed.
Here. This will allow you to reach the lower tunnels.
Надо же, как я сказал на месте, Тимербо обвел вокруг нас вокруг пальца, бросившись на амбразуру. В глазах народа факел правильный священник никогда не сиял так ярко. Но пришло время сбросить пелену, вывести месье Рикики, этого напыщенного притворщика, на чистые воды, ведь он всего лишь раб благосклонности, подхалим, ревностный слуга власти под маской патриотизма, святой Мирабоу, который еще 2 года назад отложил собственные панталоны за 6 лавров, теперь купается в роскоши. Недавно он купил особняк за 200 тысяч ливр с наличными. Он осыпает подарками 3 любовниц, закатывает пиры и расплатился с долгами. За чей счет позволит заплатить? За счет нации, чьи интересы он продавал монарху.
Have you fixed the walkway?
I am working on...
That's the mechanism.
Who laid on this blood-stained mattress?
Oh, it's a strange story. I suppose you heard about what happened in...
Indeed.
Well, we took in one of the survivors of the massacre. The only survivor. Despite his serious injuries, he was particular.
What did he tell you?
He kept saying that Lafayette was a traitor that the flaxen-haired hero had deliberately handed his brand new national...
What evidence did your guest have?
Nothing substantial, unfortunately. It was based on a simple rumor that was circulating in the camp. It would appear that several volunteers carried it. Most likely, a subtle way for the conspirators to... The subsequent disaster would tend to confirm this hypothesis.
These are suspicions. Nothing more.
Right you are. Oh, if only I had proof of this, then I'd be able to scutter the ambitions of that cur.
I must get to the bottom of this urgent...
Very well. I encourage... But remember that the Marquis could not... If you can't find anything implicating him, look into the members of... Start in Place Dauphine, where those
Monsieur Marat, did you take part in an opera...
Me? Take part in a... Nonsense. My only weapon is my pen. And I have sharp. That said, we did receive some information concerning the children. Unfortunate, if such an operation did indeed take place, Monsieur de Leclos would have been the one. There is little doubt that he and his...
Dites-moi, Monsieur Marat.
I've made a lot of enemies. In my publications, I have always denounced these vampires who cheat the weak and bleed the nation dry. Chief among them? That crook, Lafayette. That Trent's not content to maintain an army of rats. This Blondin has all the Châtelet's judges in it. It seems my prose upset him, as he swore to hunt me down.
Who are your compagnons?
Patriots who come and go in the quarries throughout the city. Alas, there are few left. And I wager my hours are numbered. Mais vous-même?
Members and supporters of the Third Estate have gathered...
Would you be so kind as to name...
In addition to Monsieur de Robespierre...
Le Flambeau de Provence. An artful chameleon who skillfully dons every...
The Marquis de Lafayette...
Say no more. They're just the privileged class celebrating the marriage of... With adversaries like them, the king is sure...
Who is Monsieur de Lec...
A brilliant writer whose pen has shaken the old... But is also an experienced military engineer who has sworn his sword to his great misfortune, it would appear. There is little doubt that he...
Все друг друга обвиняют, короче, блин, в каких-то преступлениях, блин.
Thanks to what I learned from Monsieur Marat, I will use the mobile walkway to reach the lower levels. Voila. That should have fixed the walkway.
First try.
I must gather the 3 echoes.
Here you are at last. This is where the path to the Bastille begins. And to think, I would have never thought... Cependant, I would advise... The fighting in these tunnels has weakened... If you go in there, I'm afraid you won't be able to... Delor, I have just one bit of advice to give. Before going any further, make sure you're not leaving behind any commitments that you've not fully met. I shall return to my hiding place. In these unsure times, you can never be too careful. Ne croyez-vous pas?
If I take one more step, there will be no turning back. This path will lead me straight to the Quartier du Temple. From now on, I will have to do without a carriage. The Bastille is to the south of the Temple. The Bastide's cannons destroyed the square. What a ghastly massacre. It seems that the artillerymen used Monsieur Leclos' devastating cannonballs.
Mes compagnons, my dear friends, I don't deserve to outlive them.
What are you blaming yourself for, monsieur?
No.
I'm not your enemy.
It's true that you can speak. Maybe you're truly not one of them.
Dites-moi, what is this chaos? What does a...
That's where a band of brave souls, armed with what paltry weapons we could find. A few old sabres, some rusty muskets. That's all we needed to stop Elas. The tyrant riposted from the... His cannons tore us to shreds. I could only flee one. What's the point of surviving if you must...
Monsieur.
Yeah.
Leave her there, she'll be eaten by rats.
What would you have us do? Are you willing to risk your life just to go bury her?
Absolutely not. But still, what a sorry sight.
Comtesse de Corvée. There is nothing more that can be done. This woman was not the victim of an automat, but of a murderer made of flesh and blood. I must immediately inform Monsieur de Mirabeau.
Day has passed and I can still hear her cries. It was blood-curdling.
Who could be so cowardly as to attack a half-crazed woman?
Oh, I'd wager that it was a stranger I saw hanging around here for 2 days.
Oh yeah, I remember. A sort of strong man with a pock-marked face, wasn't he? A frightening face, really.
He was asking about the Countess. And he was insistent, the brute. But I knew how to hold my tongue. You know me.
But the cutthroat must have succeeded in the end. God knows how he tricked the Countess into letting him in.
That's true. Our Countess was a highly suspicious woman. But why did he want to harm her?
No doubt it was because of those old rumours. As crazy and poor as she was, it seems that she kept a small treasure hidden under her bed. All that remained of her aristocratic life, it seems.
will have to go through the moat to get into the Bastille. listening, monsieur.
They abandoned me. The jailers. It's been days, maybe weeks, since I've seen another living soul. I'm hungry, madame. I'm ravenous.
I have nothing to give you, monsieur.
If that's true, then may death take me.
Прости.
I'm hungry, madame. I'm ravenous.
I have nothing to give you, monsieur.
По приказу высшего командования весь порох из Массанджи будет храниться на старом подземном складе Жордан де Лоне, губернатором Бастилии. Иди-то в жопу. Блин, чё не берется-то? Ты иди в жопу тогда. В смысле? Что за бред-то?
That's enough, Monsieur le Comte. My assistants and I are exhausted. We're not gravediggers, à la fin.
Oh, I understand. The task you have been given does not please you. Perhaps you do not find it worthy of your high qualifications?
Indeed. My family has been dedicated to serving the kingdom for over a century, and you cannot ignore what it has cost us. I refuse to fall that low.
Very well. As you wish. Since this is the case, you will have a more prestigious assignment starting today. Was there anything else?
What about my assistants? Will they come with me?
Unfortunately not, mon ami. But I promise you that they will never complain about their fate again.
Destroy it and spare Paris another disaster, or ensure that the Marquis de Lafayette will be able to use it.
Молотреки.
The city has seen enough destruction.
Да иди ты в жопу. В жопу иди.
Jailer the king has chosen to guard Monsieur de Vaucanson and protect the secret of his automats. This shows how important this particular prisoner is to him.
Че, он распрыгивает? Ничего не поможет. Окей.
haven't found all the echoes. Monsieur.
Cette voix. Oh, that voice. Tonight, mon enfant. Oh mon Dieu. They did it. They did it. They've turned my sweet daughter into a cold machine.
It's all right. Stay calm.
Well, Ludia, what has Cagliostro told you? Has he sent you to put me out of my misery?
No. I'm going to get you out of here. Let me help you.
There's no point. I'm burning with fever, and I'm already short of breath. Death lurks around every corner in this prison. I couldn't escape it. I'm not long for this world.
No, you can't. Outside, your automats are slaughtering men, women, and children. What you have done, monsieur, only you can undo.
What I have done, the miracles I performed, the wonders I gave to this kingdom, it was nothing but vanity. I closed my eyes to it for so long. Mesmer, Cagliostro, souls snatched from their eternal rest like water from a well. I should have set fire to the workshop. I should have melted my creations.
It's not too late to stop the massacre.
I don't have the strength. You must...
Speak, monsieur. Say something, enfant.
You must stop them. The king and his loathsome henchman, Cagliostro, the master of the machines. He gives them their orders. He must be silenced at all costs. Take my hand.
Monsieur. Monsieur. Father.
No, no, my pauvre enfant. I am not your father. No more than you are Athenais. You're but the vessel that contains what is left of her broken soul. Ludia, I don't want to die without hope. In the name of what is left of her in you, in the name of her love for you, I beg you to free her from the purgatory our enemies have confined her to.
I will grant your wish, monsieur.
Do you realize what that means? Are you ready to make that sacrifice?
The ultimate sacrifice.
Ma fille. I shall never see her darling face again. Ma toute petite. You must set her free. Bring her back into the light. The light.
Monsieur. Monsieur. Monsieur.
lost your mind?
Bon sang, my daughter, will you never listen? This machine belongs to the king, vous le savez. There's nothing I can do about it.
Did he also order you to torture her?
The king wants me to make some improvements.
And you obey him just like that?
That's enough, Athenais. Let me work. And from now on, I forbid you from coming in here without my permission.
Ugh! You're no better than your master, Papa!
Да вы прикалываетесь. А?
I haven't found all the echoes.
Ёпта.
Citoyen, I come bearing sad tidings. Monsieur de Vaucanson has passed away. I was present for his last breath in his cell at the Bastille.
Juste ciel.
Requiescat.
Mon Dieu, it is a cruel fate.
Eugène, I cannot suffer such a...
Was he at least able to tell you something before he passed?
No, nothing.
How unfortunate. We are...
Must we resign ourselves to this disastrous...
No, General. Eugène de Vaucanson made me make a promise that I swore to keep. Now I have no other choice than to risk everything.
What are you thinking, Aegis?
I'm thinking of making my way to...
Eh bien, you should know that I also plan to...
You...
Ma foi. Our lives, at this point, you must admit that they're not worth much.
I agree with the Marquis's resolution. We must take into account everything that aid. The time has come for us to put our...
Not so fast, mon ami. Let's not rush into anything. You'd have to be mad to want to be part of the battle to come. As for you, madame, I do not know what new arrangements have been made since, but I found the area around the North Wing to be particular. Here is where you should launch the... If fortune is in my favor, I shall be waiting for you.
As for us, once the Automates have been defeated, we will enter the palace to seize the king.
Is that your plan, Monsieur Marquis?
It is.
We are about to take the small...
Are you ready?
Citoyen, I cannot escape my obligations. I kept the promise I made to the Queen to find Monsieur de Vaucles. I am now bound by the oath I swore before my creator. If I go to Versailles, it is in the hope of rescue. I think also of all that remains to be done in... And what's more, you demand my help to make you...
It is a heavy burden that we place on you, but once again, we must leave it up to...
Take your time, Aegis. A hasty decision could lead to disaster.
We will be ready for action when the...
Pour la nation et pour le royaume.
Citoyen Mirabeau. Unfortunately...
Go on, Aegis. This is about my
Indeed.
Yes, yes. The poor woman.
It gets worse.
Worse, you say?
Your mother did not die.
Murdered? My father. The rabid dog made good on us for you. Do you finally understand the man's true nature? How much longer...
I share your grief, Monsieur de Mirabeau, but the secret...
Enough! You sanctimonious bigot! Is it not enough for you to serve the people? Absurd! Must you also submit to the whims of a malicious old... Speak! Speak now! Or so help me, I will send you to...
Please, monsieur, let us not get carried out of respect for your grief. And given that I consent to...
I am listening, Master.
I admit that your father is an unusual person. He blamed you. You, your sister, and I stayed by his bedside an entire night. I preached about...
Ha! That must have gone over...
Do not mock me, Monsieur de Mirabeau. Before God...
However, he did not give up his plans for revenge.
In fact, monsieur, he did. He even gave me a leather wallet containing, in his words, he asked me to dispose of it. Unfortunately, your mother's fate was already sealed. The poor soul. He was in tears.
My heart breaks to... What was in the wallet?
I don't know, monsieur. I did...
In that case, I ask you to give it to me now.
I cannot, monsieur. When I was...
No, Aegis. This wallet contains my father's sentences for his children. Me, of course, but also my sister. You must find it at all costs. Cagliostro must have put it in a safe place.
The Marquise de Capri, dites-vous?
Yes, that is my sister Luke.
Fortune favors you today. It so happens that it was in a secret workshop by the Tuileries, where the Count conducts his sinister...
Oh, how fortunate.
2 envelopes addressed to the Lieutenant General de Police. It concerns your sister, the Marquise de Capri.
Let's see. A lettre de cachet signed by my father. He gave his unique variety of fatherly love is... What was in the second?
It is empty.
Empty? Mon Dieu. You don't have to be a genius to guess that it contained a similar document. This time, consent. If the envelope was empty, it means that this letter... By Cagliostro, no doubt. The monster must have felt a perverse sense of... Aegis, you must retrieve this letter. If the Lieutenant General attaches a seal and gives it to his underlings...
Where does this Lieutenant General reside?
Right by the fortress. He's a dutiful man and prides himself on never straying. Please hurry, I beg.
Блин, такие пидорасы вообще просто жесткие.
Citoyen B.
Ah, mademoiselle. Well, what news?
Чё за пидорасы вообще, люди?
Here are the blueprints you asked for.
Good heavens. You found them?
Your thieves were not able to profit much from their theft. They met with an unfortunate end.
Oh, the poor souls. Their crimes did not deserve such a permanent ending.
Certainly, certainly. Let us look at these documents now, if you will.
No, Antoine, the F-wheel is not part of the cog that transfers the driving force to the escapement.
Diable, you're right. It's driven by the B-wheel, and its axis is on the shaft that's visible at this point.
Precisely. In fact, the shaft sits between the conical bearing and the small groove here. See?
True. It's decided then. All we would have to do is separate these two plates to disable the entire thing.
And to put them back in place at the agreed time to start the machine again.
You will not be able to assist me. I have to do it alone. Half a league away.
You must be joking.
By no means. You'll have to find another solution.
Unfortunately, madame, you're asking us to do the impossible.
Oh, ça, par exemple.
Once your spirit is untethered from this automat, it will be impossible for you to start the machine up again.
Hold on, my dear Antoine. Is this device in Figure 4? Is it still in place?
Yes, it is. What of it?
Bon sang. It's a timer. It's primitive, true, but fully functional.
The dial has marks from 1 to 15. Probably minutes.
It was to allow Eugène to plan the duration of Ludia's dances in advance.
Oh, I see. And by reversing the position of this peg in the center, we could instead turn it into a period of inactivity.
Nous y sommes, mon ami. Fantastic.
Will Aegis be able to operate this device herself?
We'll make it easier for her. All you have to do is put a bolt there that she can remove when the time is right. Yes, a small iron rod will suffice. We won't have any trouble finding something that will do. When the timer dial reaches 0, the automat will come back to life. However, given the dial's fragility, we will probably get only one chance to try this.
Are you sure that the bond between my soul and this machine will be re-established?
Ma foi, I admit that we can't be sure of this. What do you say, mon père?
Don't be afraid, Aegis. Unless I've been wrong from the beginning, your soul will seek refuge in the only body it has available to it in this world.
Well then, shall we start the preparations?
Let's begin. My fate is in your hands, monsieur.
Voila. Everything is in place. When it's time, just pull on this metal loop to start the timer.
Remember, you will have 15 minutes and no more before your spirit returns to your body. We wish you good luck, madame.
Remember, to get to Rue de Montmorency, you're best going through the cemetery behind the Église Saint-Jacques. Here is the key to the gate. Our prayers are with you.
Citoyen Lavoisier. I found the
Did you do what needed to...
Yes.
What do you mean, nothing?
I flooded the cellars where the powder was...
Bon sang! Why did you put our fate in the hands of a cursed machine?
This machine, as you say?
No, you have...
Come now, monsieur. Get a hold of...
Mon Dieu! Everything I attempt, I fear we no longer have...
Please, calm your... What you fear is the loss of your own personal interests. Everyone here is convinced of this. Goodbye, Citoyen Le... And down with...
Have you found the missing letter?
No.
You should look near. In addition, don't forget.
Goodbye, Citoyen. And down... Citoyen Robespierre.
Madame.
As for the lantern...
Did Monsieur de la...
No.
That's a pity. Let's see. I know he's close to Monsieur Marat, he's currently in hiding in the quarter. But please, do not breathe a word of this to the Marquis de Lafayette. Those two are... It would certainly end in a bloodbath.
Were you present?
Oui, madame. We laid bare before the king the abject misery of his... So he had the people's representative. At least we only had to positively angelic compared to the machine.
Goodbye, and...
Zaraz.
Citoyen Lavoisier.
What can I do for you?
Goodbye, Citoyen B...
Ah.
Goodbye, vive la nation.
В смысле?
Come to me, my dear. Come to me, my dear.
Madame.
Why didn't you come sooner, my cher? Those poor children, they marched all, they were very...
Then what happened?
As far as I shall.
There's no doubt that those involved shared the same fate as the rest of them. I should keep looking around Place Dauphine. The box is securely locked. Without the key, there's no hope of finding out what's inside. Not even the commanding officer was spared. Lafayette didn't hand over his army to the king. This must certainly be Colonel Armand. I should keep looking around Place Dauphine. A headquarters at the Pont au Change. By all appearances, it's not official. Most likely an underground hiding place that can be entered from the riverbank. I'll try to track down Capitaine Lefebvre. If he and his men withdrew to the Société des Amis des Noirs, he must have gone towards the Châtelet. It would have been a desperate move for certain. I doubt any of them survived the retreat. steps from their goal. York. What does that mean? Document bears the signature of the Marquis de Lafayette, so the rumors were true. The Garde Nationale wasn't formed spontaneously. All of this was carefully orchestrated. It is high time the Marquis de Lafayette explained himself. none of the soldiers returned?
Not a single one. My son. My little Francois, he hasn't given any...
Take comfort. He has found a safe haven where and will stay there until...
Praise be to God. Without fear. For your trouble. Thank you again, ma chère. And may... Thank you again, ma chère.
Good job.
Here is the lettre de cachet that had Monsieur de Mirabeau so terrified. I shall deliver it to him shortly. General Lafayette.
Do you need help, Aegis?
General, there is a most...
Oh.
You are accused of having delivered the troops who had gathered in the Place Dauphine over to the king.
Calumny. This is nothing.
Save your breath, General. The rumor is true. I can prove it. There's no point in... I know that you raised the National Guard for the sole purpose. There was nothing spontaneous about...
Do you have any evidence?
I do. I have...
Bon sang.
Who were your accomplices?
My brothers in arms. The brave men of the regime. Men who at the Battle of Yorktown brought an empire. Alas, we gravely underestimated. We thought we would face an infantry supported by but an entire army of autumn.
Why resort to this manipulation?
You must understand what I have done. I did for the good of the kingdom. I wanted to stop this massacre while protecting the Queen and the Dauphin. In the name of the people. But an actual uprising of the people would have inevitably... Only professional soldiers could organize and...
Some accuse you of harboring a lust for power.
These aspersions are all too familiar to me. But tell me, if I wanted the... When I had seasoned troops at my command, and the people sang my praises with one voice. No. That makes no sense. Though I readily admit that I do believe I am worthy of fulfilling an important role for the Queen, after her son, Lieutenant General of the Kingdom, for example. Voila. Now you know everything. However, this truth, if it were made public, would... So I ask you not to reveal and to give me the...
No, General.
In that case, my fate, can you at least tell me where my detractor is hiding? The one who would...
He comes and goes. One day he's here, one day he's there. It would be pointless to try to...
Oh, no matter. I will not let this serpent continue to vilify me. I shall get redress for these
Do as you wish, General de Lafayette. Goodbye, General, and down...
What?
Citoyen Mirabeau. Here is the letter sent by your father to the Lieutenant
Oh, mon Dieu. So this is what the Cur had in store for me. He sentenced me to spend the rest of my days in the Chateau de Vincennes. To return to the cell. Those 10 square feet where I lay at death's 14 seasons, spent with chattering teeth, coughing up a bucket full of bile and blood every day.
Your own father had you thrown in jail.
Alas, such is...
What crime did he hold?
He disapproved of the follies of the young man I was back then. A woman whom an unjust law kept me apart from. I was free and besotted with happiness, Aegis. And that was a crime in the eyes of my father, the Marquis. I sullied the Mirabeau name, so he felt it necessary to steal my youth and...
What does this letter matter? In the face of the mortal peril that hangs...
You must put yourself in my shoes to understand. If the king wins this war, he will send all the brave men here to the scaffold. And I am certain they will climb the steps with their heads held high. But if you hadn't taken that letter, I would have suffered a far... Louis the Mad would have made it his duty to respect my father's last wishes. But I would rather die, whether a hero or a coward, than return to Vincennes. There is no worse hell on earth than that inferno.
Was there no trial?
One would imagine. Those damned... For centuries, a powerful man, whether a king or a father, needs simply put pen to paper, and an innocent man is thrown. The poor soul sees neither judge nor lawyer. In the space of an hour, he moves from... And his cries for help fall futilely. I am just one of many victims, whose ranks range from the most famous to the most lowly. From Voltaire and Diderot to the unfortunate children whose dark fates will... In any case, I must now express my eternal grief, even though no words, no matter how eloquent, can express its depth. I owe everything to you, Aegis. You, who've broken my chains. Whatever happens now, I will be free to live or die. As for the Marquis de Mirabeau, that criminal whom misfortune chose as my father, let us consider him dead. Let him choke on loneliness and regret.
Citoyen Robespierre.
Madame.
As for the lanterns...
Did Monsieur de Laclos tell you the secret of it?
No. We didn't talk...
That's a pity. Without his help... Let's see. I know he's close to Monsieur Marat, the patriotic journalist. He's currently in hiding in the quarries of Montmartre. But please, do not breathe a word of this to the Marquis de Lafayette. Those two are at daggers drawn. It would certainly end in a bloodbath.
Were you present when the estates...
Oui, madame. I had a front row seat. We laid bare before the... So he had the people's representatives At least we only had to contend with soldiers made of flesh and blood. Positively angelic compared to the machine.
Goodbye, Citoyen, and death. Citoyen Lavoisier.
What can I do?
Goodbye. Citoyen B.
Ah.
Goodbye. Citoyen Raymond.
Can I help you?
Goodbye, and may live. Citoyen Marat.
Madame?
I'm surprised to find you here. Did you follow me?
Some even say that we have...
What do you want from me?
To tell you the truth, I can't wait to hear what you've discovered about the matter, and I was afraid you might leave me... You can never be too cautious these days. That's why I decided it would be better for me to come to you.
You were right. Lafayette was behind this purported...
Aha! I've got him!
But he had no intention of handing his men. His goal was to raise an army and command the troops himself.
It doesn't matter. These troops would have allowed him to crush the Patriots and set himself up as a dictator. He lied to the people. He lied to the Assemblée Nationale. His time has come. All I need is for you to give me the proof of his treason.
I have no proof, monsieur. You will have to be satisfied.
Your word? What good is your word to me? Do you think I can convince people by repeating baseless accusations? Believe me, I have tried. No, it's useless. I must admit defeat. We will have either the King or Lafayette, one despot, or... In either case, my fate is sealed. And I will abandon my beloved people. I have no other...
gentle dame, you have erred here for so long, not a word uttered. In singular contemplation of such terrible slaughter.
A long time, you say? That's not possible, sir. I've just now appeared to you.
Nay, thou must trust me. And thou wast hardly alone in this limbo. There were many travelers, stiff and silent, all in agony, all bound to the anchor stone.
What travelers do you speak of?
The first to arrive was a sobbing child, searching for his mother. Then, those whose thoughts passed through me.
Hold on. A minister of
A scholar with soul star-filled, and
Monsieur Bailly and
a usurer who sheds
Monsieur Necker, mourning his...
all bound to the anchor stone.
The anchor stone, Monsieur...
Lapis
The philosopher...
Aye! Vile knave who took it for his own lately. No counties.
Cagliostro.
Well met. The rope for this varlet and I shall be avenged. The anchor stone keeps the travelers in this limbo and makes them masters of the Iron Titans. From the defunct springs the fire that burns inside these demons.
The terrible slaughter.
Aye, vile innumerable crimes. The devil's own curse. They drinketh from the lake where the souls of the dead sleep. Then the terrible... Oh. The stone is verily mine dark confine. Lonely, so lonely, that mine vessel is no more, and my soul still cloistered in this place. Alack, I do despair of ever ascending to heaven. Gentle dame, I prithee do shatter mine stone.
You want me to break the stone that contains your soul? Is that what you're asking me to do?
Aye, my God, I beg thee.
Do you know where this stone is? You've been buried for more than 3 centuries, monsieur.
The precious jewel, sublime treasure, was inscribed in my legacy, my testament. On my tomb engraved, gentle dame, on the tomb!
What a strange encounter. I must tell Abbe Grégoire about it immediately.
Aegis, thank heavens you're here. We're under in the courtyard. One of the king's creatures. It seems determined to destroy the chateau walls. Here is the key to the gate. It will lead. Hurry! Our lives.
First try. Ой-ой-ой.
staring at you.
You're safe, madame.
Mon Dieu. Ages. Why did this abomination attack us?
I do not know, madame.
Bon sang. Have you lost your mind? The king wants us dead and has sent this unholy creature after us. His madness knows no bounds. There isn't a single subject in the kingdom that he does not see as his mortal enemy. Not even his wife. What fate does he have in store for your children? He would never. Fine. Play blind and deaf as long as you like, Antonia. As for me, I won't let that demon commit one more crime. Gabrielle, no! I order you not to.
Leave us, Aegis. I must speak privately with Madame de Polignac.
Very well, madame.
Блять. Да что блин?
Can I help you, Aegis?
I hope so, Abbot.
I'm listening.
Понятно.
Here we are, Versailles. I feel a new flame burning inside me. A force that compels me to make my way into the heart of the palace. Athenais. General de Lafayette told me to go this way to enter the gardens. But how could he have managed to make it out alive?
Что за бред? Will. Что за бред?
You've come back to us.
My child. My sweet child.
It's all right, my queen. He stopped shouting. The doctors are with him.
When will they let me hold him?
Don't worry. I'm sure that...
Oh, look! He's moving! My son! Oh, my son! Grâce à Dieu! We've done it!
He's alive, Gabrielle! Yes, my queen, he has been saved! Praise be to the good Dr. Lemonnier!
Grand Dieu!
What's going on, Gabrielle?
Dia! Stand back, Your Majesty! Silence, everyone! Who is there? Hear my voice!
My child!
Seigneur! Du Carrère! Oh mon Dieu! What on earth? Your Majesty! We must retreat! Leave this here! Go!
Oh, my queen!
Bonjour! Hurry up and close that door!
The caress! Let me see him!
No, madame! It is over! You must go to Versailles.
No! My son! My darling angel!
этим не перепрыгивает нихуя. Блин, какая... Бред какой-то вообще. Да что за бред-то, а? Да ладно.
Trianon is at the end of this path. I cannot get to it. I'll have to enter the labyrinth.
Да, блядь.
Bon sang, Aegis! Here you are at last. You've come at just the right time. Madame, go and find the children. We must get going.
No, no. We can...
The children here?
Yes, they are upstairs.
General, you and I both know what is coming. You must take them to safety post-haste.
No, I will not leave without Gabrielle.
Madame de Polignac. What?
Something strange is going on here. The automats will not come within 100 paces.
The King's orders, no doubt. He wants to protect his family from it.
Sadly, Gabrielle got it into her head to explore the air. The fool. She left so heedlessly that she was captured before our...
Where did the automats take her?
They went towards the palace.
Run and get the children. They must not...
Have no fear, Madame. I will take you to a place where all three of you will be...
I will help Madame de Polignac.
Tu te viens en aide. You are her only...
Don't delay, Aegis. Our companions are ready. I will join you when I have fulfilled my commitment to Her Majesty.
Something has changed. The bond that tied me to the Queen. The force that compelled me to protect her.
Estates General brandish the threat of rebellion. There is plotting afoot. They are stirring up the populace. Worse, they are making pacts. A number of representatives of the nobility and the clergy have taken up the cause of the Third Estate. As for my army, there is not a man among them I can trust. That is why I have made new arrangements for you. From now on, the Swiss Guard will no longer be protecting you.
Then who will, my love?
Take a look for yourself. And be assured you are in sturdier hands.
Whatever do you mean?
Isn't that Claudia? Monsieur Vaucanson's dancing doll?
Appearances can be deceiving, mesdames. The Count has made extraordinary improvements to this automat.
Aegis, this is Her Majesty the Queen. You are now to serve her. Make sure no harm comes to her and obey the orders she will give you.
Madame, I am at your service.
Patre les Saints! He can speak. This makes no sense. This is sorcery.
Make no mistake, mesdames, it is science, which we owe to the work of the Count, and which will soon be made known to the entire world.
Someone is expecting me. I can feel it. I must prepare for the worst.
Я вообще не знаю. В смысле, блядь? Турир атаки, блин, я вообще туплю.